all online using my phone number through the Verizon account. And we got their IP address of the computer they used in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, so the FBI is closing in on these guys. I have a special, you guys have a 9-digit social security number. I have a 1200 encrypted social security number. My identity's been stolen so many times under my social security account that it's now been encrypted. I have a LifeLock account with firewalls. Anybody says anything, or does anything, the flags instantly on my cell phone goes off and tells me that somebody's stealing from it, and LifeLock has got people on top of them with GPS, satellite tracking. It's pretty hard because I'm a presidential candidate, and it gets a little bit complicated after that. All right, what we're going to do, I'm going to get into sentence structuring here. As people see a sentence, they read it, they come away with one idea. Now, this is one of the sentences from your mortgage in California. Fannie Mae Freddie Mac has 42 of the 65 million mortgages in the United States are written on the Fannie Mae Freddie Mac format. So you're going to see what happens in one sentence. We're going to dissect this thing and show you what's wrong with it, how we break a sentence down, how we reconstruct it, that when I write it in quantum, you come away with the same volition because your mind is only activated on facts. And so I'll show you words here that are facts. The section is a fact. Payments is a fact. Lender is a fact. Well, priority is a negative word, so this is going to have to be redone. And applied has to be redone. So you've got 3 words that are facts and 2 more that are questions. Okay, so the word expect becomes a pronoun, so I'm going to use the numbering system we had on the other side. So that's a 4, and EX means no. So the words that I underlined, they mean no. As is an adverb, making other to be a no contract. Adjective, the word describe, which means no. This is also an adjective. 9 out of 10 ED words will be adjectives when you syntax. That's an automatic ED to be an adjective. Now it modifies pronoun into be a pronoun. This is an adverb making section to be a dangling participle. Now, even though you have a number here with a comma, the number breaks the continuance of evidence. There's no period after that, but numbers and letters are totally different entities. So the break, this creates a break in the document. Then all is all 2 consonants, which means no. You cannot prove all. I don't care who you are. And to tell you a really neat story about the word all. Man goes into court in Seattle, Washington, and says, Your Honor, I'm not guilty of this traffic violation. He says, I have all the facts with me. Judge says, you have all the facts. Okay, he says, I'm going to tell you what, sir. I'm going to continue this case for 30 days. You have 30 days to bring back all the facts. Now, when I say all the facts, I mean all the facts in the United States on traffic citations. Because you said the word all. He says, well, but that would mean thousands of books and pages of information. He says, I couldn't possibly carry that much in here. He says, you said all the facts. So you're going to bring all of the facts to court in 30 days or spend 30 days in jail. Goes home and calls me up and says, Dave, I stuck my foot in my mouth. I said all in the courtroom. He says, what do I do? I says, practice handstands. He goes, practice handstands? He says, what's that got to do with fighting in the courtroom? I says, practice your handstands. I want you to be able to run around the room, period, for a half an hour. So that's what he did. He practices handstands every day. Finally, day at court comes in, he's walking in, he's got his t-shirt on, and judge calls his name, and he comes up. He says, ready to go, Your Honor. He said, you're a little bit light there on the all the facts of paperwork. So he pops his handstand. Everyone in the audience, all 50 people, start laughing like crazy. The judge is laughing, the clerk's laughing. He goes, what are you doing? He says, I brought all the facts to court today. My feet are dangling in the sea of space, and I brought planet Earth. He says, and on planet Earth are all the facts, in all the languages. And he says, it's the easiest way I could get it all in here in court. I'm in court, and I have the world in my hands, and my feet are dangling in outer space. He says, you know, that's the only right answer. He says, you're free to go, case dismissed. See, sometimes it isn't always about syntax. But the word all is a very dangerous word, so be careful. So now, all now, because the two of the comma create a break here, all is now an adverb. And so that makes payments to be an adjective of the pronoun accepted, which also means no contract. And now it's in past time. And it's a conjunction. Now they have the word applied by, now applied becomes a pronoun. AP means no, and ED is in past time. By connects to the pronoun in front of it, and now modifies the adjective lender of the pronoun shall, which is now in the future time. As you know, a sentence can only maintain one idea. And I'm talking about one. I have two words in past time and shall in the future. So now we have two time factors. And I don't have any now time here, so that's a lie. Be is an adverb making applied to be an adjective in past time, and AP means no, so it's a no contract. Apply means to stick together, so it's two coming together. So therefore that's corporate. PLY is corporate, so it's no corporation in past time. In then becomes the pronoun, just like in was the pronoun up here. The is an adverb, modifies the following to be an adjective. The pronoun order, and order means no contract. Of is an adverb, making priority to be a no word, no contract word, as a dangling participle verb. You can never end a sentence in a verb. So now we have how many mistakes? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 35 mistakes. And we only have
36.
36.
ED.
36. Okay, 36 mistakes. We got 36 errors. Even the word error, ER means no or OR. Wrong. Right, wrong is the correct thing. And the word wrong is your replacement for error. Say otherwise wrong and error is no contract, and wrong is a condition. Okay? So I got 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 23 words. So you have more, so when you have a contract of 4,000 words on a mortgage with 4,700 mistakes, it's because some words have 4 mistakes. Not only do you have I forgot this one. Not only you have a contract, and a past tense time, but the word itself is used as an adjective when it should be a fact. Say so, and when you put it into its correct contents, then it's going to be 5 times the work to get one word correct. Okay, now we're going to remove the things that cannot be. Everything that is not underlined shouldn't be on the board. You can't have no contract words, so we're going to use the words section. We're going to spell the word to. For the section 2 of the payments, are, because it's a plural, let's see, with the claim, of the letter, See, coming to a shall in future times removed, the B is irrelevant, applied is a no contract, and this is future, so it makes everything after the future to not be a non-existing issue. Following can be how far you're going to follow an order. Doesn't say where, north, south, east, or west, up, down, inside, outside. You're using words here that don't give you anything that's relevant to its location. So you've got a section 2 of the payments with the claim. Actually, you can take this and save some writing. Like instead of using the word claim, apostrophe at lender's claim. And instead of the lender, you put an assignment of authority with the contract. In a contract, we're trying to put you into something to be accepted that's an illusion, applied that's an illusion, a proprietary is a no contract, an order of a no contract, and you use applied. You're using applied twice in the same sentence. You never use two words identical in the same sentence. That's called doublespeak. It should be you have to learn how to, and applied by lender shall be applied. That doesn't happen. Because you only have to say it once if you write it correct. So this time, we've written a sentence that has the contract gives the lender's claim the authority of payment outlined in section 2, which is a contract. So with 4 facts, and the R is a plural condition of thinking, because payments is a plural, I've now reduced 26 words and removed 36 errors into 13 letters, 13 words. And if I read it backwards, for the contract of the lender's claim are with the payments by the section 2. It's a real oath, and you're gonna do what I say, arrest the judge when the judge walks in, and the judge sees them running out the door and going, no, we're gonna vacate and reduce this trial.
Yeah, it's quite
Shut it down.
quite a thing to watch the foreign vessels in dry dock. This technology works, and so you've got to be very give the necessary closure to the necessary places, otherwise you will lack knowledge, and the protocol's already set. If you don't know what the protocol is, you get signed.
When I did the Indiana case, I took the witness stand and held up my oath of office. It says, as director of the Unity States of our World Corporation, and our land of my country is the land of the courtroom during the time of contract. It says, I have an oath of office. You have an oath of office, Judge? You're not on the same plane as the rest of us. I says, here's your oath. I syntaxed it. You don't have an oath. I've got an oath. I'm taking over the court. Put his head down on his arm like this. For the next hour, 45 minutes, as I conducted the entire court from the witness stand.
Are there any questions?
Educated the jury. The jury wouldn't get back the books.
Oh, my bad.
Do you have like an outline of the protocols? Just like you jumping around all the whole time, and I'm kind of like having a hard time connecting the dots as to.
Well, yeah. First, you want to set up your postal route and then location.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Yeah.
I was like.
Oh, well, these are all
Look at
built in within the postal treaty. These are all specific paragraphs.
The Post Road Treaty is listed on my website under the CPAS Road Law, Here Treaty, CPAS. It's about 12 pages long, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I've got a better one.
We've got so many of them, and we've been upgrading the treaties as I open up the web, because there's 400 pages that need to be brought up to speed. And we're talking maybe 10 words and maybe a couple prepositional phrases that can be compounded, where I can take for the pen of the black and just say for the black hyphen pen by using a hyphen instead of another prepositional phrase. And I've been doing that, rearranging the sentence structure so it's easier to read. And where I write a document and repeat a statement 3 or 4 times, I'm taking those out and consolidating almost a half a page into one sentence now because I'm removing all doublespeak. And so we'll take 12 pages and reduce it down to 8. And it's easier to read, it's faster, the mind can flow with it better. So we're always improving our own technology, and it's all copyrighted accordingly. But our original programs are grandfathered in, and these documents are not 2 or 3 pages. These are 100, 120, 114 pages where we had to publish, go out and spend $12,000 on printing at Kiko's and put these together, bond them together. We had an assembly line we took over a Kiko's store.
Oh, that's wild.
And we were working long hours into the nights, and they stayed open working nights. So we paid them cash to work with us to get these things together. We're walking around with 1,200 pounds of paper, delivering it to 82 countries for our treaty at the United Nations. We put a lot of hard work into the stuff we did in research of years and years of study.
Trial and error. Yeah. All right, so any other questions?
You also have a style because you mentioned all of it.
Yeah, it's
There's Walden Publishing takes about 16 different styles names.
So for posterity, what happens, who takes over when you...
I died?
Well...
That's why we've got everything videotaped in 2,500 seminars. I've published 23 books. We have all of our documentation published. We've got the website published. And it's been downloaded by tens of millions of people in 150 languages worldwide.
Why comes the master of the syntax? Who does your job?
When I die, the rules of syntax are very simple. There's only 0 through 9.
Right.
Okay? Operations of styles has been around for 8,500 years. I just added the math interface to it to certify frontwards and backwards like a math problem so it can't be bastardized. So those standards have been set down for now going on 27 years with the entire planet agreeing with it. The only people that are arguing are the people that sit in foreign vessel and dry dock called judges, attorneys, and lawyers. The rest of the planet is moving past them. You know what the first rule of a conquering army is, don't you? Remove lawyers and attorneys. And the first rule of the United States of America was that no titles of nobility, lawyers, attorneys, can be hold office. 90% of our entire office is held by attorneys and judges to keep the lie alive. And we are two guys that are standing up against all this might of 3 million fiction employees of the United States government and saying, you guys can't read and write. You violated your own oath of office. You don't even have an oath of office. And you know that if every place that we've gone, no judge has an oath of office now registered to sit on a bench because of our syntaxing. We had 92 judges in Hawaii, and we disqualified all the judges. And they went ahead and came back and said, all right, we're not going to have oaths then. So they're just putting on a facade, and people don't study, walk into the trap. You don't want to get in trouble, don't go to court.
Don't go to court.
Why would you leave California territory and walk into the state of California, which is the state of fiction, advertised under a yellow French flag of fiction?
Yeah, better city.
Any other questions?
British.
Fictional form of government that they.
Can't have government.
Security issues are still in exposition called files.
There are attorneys that are not part of the bar. There are lawyers that are not part of the bar. And you ask the question, what is the difference? What is the difference between an attorney and a lawyer? A lawyer is a counsel. An attorney takes power over your body, takes power over your money, over your property, which is called power of attorney. And I work with a voluntary confidence. Means no contract. You have a power of no contract. Yeah, what kind of nonsense is that? It's a dangling participle verb. Well, I mean, it's layers and layers and layers of fraud.
So I'm going to give this to someone.
In front of our local city councils and our county supervisors, they can recognize it.
Now we bring up the second meeting's over.
We got to pass it as
Yeah, you gotta get, it takes a one's opinion to a certification, pre-authorization before it's class action. It takes 16 people to make a change in policy at the county level. It takes 350 people to have something put on a ballot for the community to vote about it. So you got to go door to door. To run for public office, you must have 500 people back you and sign a petition for you to run for office, for your name to be placed on a ballot. And to change a United States government policy in federal is 36,000 signatures.
And what we did is we syntaxed the rules for making that statement of authority. Was not applied at all. We're in. It was a lot of work. We literally took every word.
You said don't go to court. What happens when they come into your home, take you, and take you to jail and put you in court?
Well, believe it or not, there was something that you did that you already went to court, that you already contracted for that. Like maybe there's a clause in the mortgage when you signed your mortgage that said you abide by the community or you paid your taxes, and it said the court has jurisdiction over your home and your property and you. Your birth certificate is under the Social Security, naming you as a child, which is an issue of state, and has jurisdiction through your Social Security number. But then if you syntax that, and you show that it's fraud, and you sue for the correct parse syntax grammar, then when the court comes and they don't have the correct parse syntax grammar laws, rules, regulations, or codes to remove you, you are then a very dangerous person. Because if they put you into a jail like they did me on January 15th, 1999, well, they put me in a pod with 15 other men. Within 1 hour, I had all 15 guys sitting at the picnic table, copying my lawsuit to prosecute Judge Grover and Schmitz for treason against the people. Then I had 40 hours, 5 days, to talk from 7 in the morning till lights went out at 9 o'clock. I had a captive audience, and these guys sat there quiet as a mouse, and studied. And I didn't do an 8-hour seminar, I did a 40-hour seminar. When I got done, and they kicked me out, it was 25 below zero in Duluth in Toronto, Wisconsin. 25 below at 5 a.m. in the morning, and they threw me out in my underwear and t-shirt. I ran 3 city blocks through the snow barefoot to a local bar. When I ran into the bar, everyone in that bar was a parent of one of the students who was part of my law organization, just getting off their shift. And they gave me coats and pants and shoes and addressed me and called my family down in Milwaukee to come pick me up. So in the meantime, the warden got scared because everyone in my pod was quiet and studying. He thought there was going to be some kind of a disturbance. So he broke up my pod, put one man in each of the 16 pods with the lawsuit and 40 hours training. So all of a sudden, like within 1 hour of each guy going into each pod, the whole place went quiet as a mouse except for the guys teaching in each pod. At the same time, they copied my lawsuit over again. 16 times 16 is 320 lawsuits are now copied, along with a 40-hour seminar to go with it. So the warden in Madison, Wisconsin got nervous and said, there's something going on in the Shawano, we've got to break these guys up. So they sent one man to each prison of 332 prisons in 5 states. Within 6 weeks, there were 400 federal lawsuits in quantum language suing the judges for treason against the people. And the order went out, throwing a foot pillar into the jail cell. Most of the guys were released and the cases were vacated because the government couldn't prove any correct parts and that grammar fact to keep them in jail. So I became the virus, and now to this day, every prisoner that has held, all 6 million prisoners in all jails in the United States know my name, my household name. And 30 million people are on probation. It's 12% of our population is under arrest and on probation. And we have more people in jail and on probation than the whole planet combined. So there's 11,000 judges and 1.8 million attorneys now in the United States. In the whole country of Japan, there's only 1,600 attorneys. That's it.
How does all proceed when, say, you get stopped on the street by a Catholic cop for whatever reason? And
Don't get into a pissing match. Don't try to impress them with your.
Right.
You can probably say a couple of things. Show them my business card. You can say I'm a student of David-Wynn Miller. If you have a stamp on the back of your driver's license, I got mine. So you take my business card and you tape it. And shipping tape works really good, 3M shipping tape, because it's waterproof and it's very durable. It's as strong as the actual binding on your driver's license.
Is that Hawaii?
No, this is Wisconsin. So anyways, when you put a flag on your vessel, all vessels must fly a flag, and your driver's license, it's a vessel, okay? So by putting a flag on there, you take one of my business cards and cut it, and glue it on there, that's fine. And then you put a $1 stamp. They currently have a $1 Rockefeller stamp. When you print your name, autograph your name across the stamp, it makes you a postmaster of the vessel. The vessel is your passport to drive your automobile. Also says you have competency as a citizen of that state, and your voting registration is followed by your driver's license. So when you take this document, it now says that you are the postmaster transporting the vessel of your body. The police officer is not allowed to stop the postmaster from delivering the mail. The body's the mail. These are laws he breaks under the PART-3 syntax grammar that you are protected by.
When you register your domicile with the port authorities for your specific territory, then they know who you are.
And then when you take the...
And it works real well.
Yeah, and people
Yeah, tell me
look,
so.
when people call me up and every time they get a ticket and they got my business card with the driver's license, and any one of my students gets pulled over for anything from screaming or blowing a stop sign, they call me up immediately at the stop and say, I just been pulled over. The cop said, be careful and drive nice and let me go. Didn't say anything about anything else. He says, but without that on there, he says, I know I would have been cooked.
So they are, so cops are
See, even the citation you showed me, it had 400 syntax errors on the back, and it's boxed on both front and back. So but we don't make a hassle. We say,
Like in the training for the federal officers and places, this is such a responsibility to train.
yes, there's police officers now all over the United States because I do seminars in all 50 states. And I'm pretty public. 5 billion people now worldwide, and they know to study this material. All judges in the United States study this at Scottsdale and the Nevada Judge Institute, and so it makes a difference.
So if you want to go drive in another country, then you just do you get a stamp from that country and do the same thing and sign it.
Right.
And when you drive in that country.
So, well, okay, now when you go into a foreign country, I take my passport, when they stamp it, I immediately print my name across the stamp of that country. That makes me Immigrations and Customs officer and federal judge, because I also take my oath in, and I walk down to the first courthouse, and I give them I file my oath with their court. As a result of that, when I was in Australia, I walked up to the judge under amicus curiae because she took 7 children from parents, and she jumped out of her chair and said, "Get that away from me." 30 seconds later, the clerk come after me out in the hallway and says, "The judge wants to see you in chambers immediately." And so I walked into chambers, and she goes like, you're a federal judge in America, but you're not a federal judge here." And I held up my passport, and I says, "Yes, I am." I signed, I printed, autographed my name across the Immigrations and Customs stamp. I says, "And this is an international treaty, enter foreign vessel and dry dock, which is what this is. Not only to enter your foreign country, but enter the foreign vessel and dry dock under seaman, sea treaty, sea pass, and road law." I says, "I have my medical papers with me, so I'm 100% legal here, and I am the federal judge in this, and you committed all these crimes. And under the syntax fraud here in Sydney, Australia, you guys are in trouble. And I've got a signed confession for a 30-year prison sentence and $25 million fine." When they all came back from lunch, she immediately walked in and says, "You've got 2 hours, put these children back in that house, and I don't care how you do it, because I'm not going to take the fall for this." And those children were taken out of the house for a year and kept away from the parents. And they returned all the children, 7 of them, to their parents that day. And they've been united with those children now. It's been 5 years since I did that case with them. But that they were afraid, and that set up over 1,800 people that came in my organization in the next several weeks, where I went all the way around Australia. I started in the Sydney, went up to Brisbane, then over to Gold Coast, down to Melbourne, and over to Perth. And I had large audiences at all of those seminars and that. And then I went out into the bush with the Aborigine tribes. I had some huge groups of Aborigine tribes that I did this and taught them and showed them how the fraud was being used to capture their land and genocide the people. Did you know up until 1967, they were issuing bounties to go out and kill Aborigine people?
Mm-hmm.
Just like killing too many kangaroo on the land, they would shoot and kill.
Yeah.
That, in our day of age, they were still using genocide against people, the British government was, to take over their lands. And then what they do, and this is not known here in the United States, you see lawyers and attorneys advertising bankruptcy on the TV to encourage you to file bankruptcy. When you're in a foreclosure situation, do not file bankruptcy, because when you file bankruptcy, we prove to you that that treaty says nothing, that mortgage says nothing. If you file bankruptcy against that, you give nothing credibility. You give it value. The minute you put value on it, I don't care if it is a verb pen, a verb house, a verb law, you just put value on it as a fact. You said you owe a debt and you want to be forgiven, but you made a value out of it. So they cancel your bankruptcy and the value stays. Second cause of action. Man is sued for child support. He's not the father. The woman, we needed a rich guy. So he immediately goes out and files bankruptcy for $120,000 of back child support. When he goes to court, the judge says, you filed bankruptcy. You gave credibility to a lie And so you're liable for the child till it's 21 years old to pay for the medical, the dental, all of its schooling, pay child support, and you'll pay all the back child support at 18% compounded interest. And you can't file bankruptcy against child support. And here's a guy, because he had money and position, that a woman that knew the secret of bankruptcy, because she worked in a law office, tagged some innocent guy, and he ran out and filed bankruptcy right away and put himself in harm's way. And then I had to come in and syntax the bankruptcy document and charge the DA, the court, the judge, and the whole law situation, put false and misleading statements and had it vacated so we didn't have to pay anybody anything. Same thing is true with an automobile accident. I can't prove I can't prove pain. I can't prove a bad back. I can't prove I can get 10 appraisals on how much damage it takes to fix a car. I'll go from 500 to 5,000. But the point is, the one thing I do have in my possession is an insurance policy, which when I syntaxed and signed by both the insurance company and yourself, which is a joint contract of 2 or more people, and when I put my numbers on it, I proved that it's a $25 million fine. I'll fix the car and pay $25 million. I usually get cooperation within an hour to an hour and a half. Come pick up a check, you bring your title in, we're going to buy the car and clear off it off. We're canceling your policy, but we're not no longer going to do business with you. You covered. Any medical, I'll pay. One of my friends, her husband's an attorney. 4 years, couldn't settle up on a Land Rover and $198,000 in medical expenses. 2 hours. Had a check for $198,000 in new Land Rover in the driveway. He had a heart attack when he read the policy of when I syntaxed it and wrote the lawsuit. Basically, the husband, who was an attorney, had a heart attack and was hospitalized.
And remember, when you have a lawsuit in quantum grammar or any other document, that you put to terms of the values of the words and the meanings on a contract, because there's no outside continuance with anything else, and you don't give judge subjective interpretation on what you might be saying.
See, when we write something, you have your actual complaint is basically 2 pages when I'm talking about grammar. Then you have a constitution for all parties that are in there, and we have a 12-point constitution. We have a 4-sentence now to establish venue on how this is going to function. We have a abbreviation page. Without the abbreviation page, the document would be not 9 pages, but 18 pages. So we save a lot of print. People don't like to read the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar over and over and over again 132 times. But when they see just the abbreviation, they don't even read it. It's a muscle, what we call muscle memory. You actually physically don't read it or even think about it. You just know it's there, that you know this word is taken corrected, is under correct jurisdiction. Then we have 46 words that we define in a quantum definition, which are written in 9-point print, because they're only there supporting testimony to the words that aren't being used. We put them in 11-point print, we'll make 2 more pages of print. 2 more, the paperwork would be heavier, more ink. So we consolidate that. In all the United States codes, West Publishing, you have 1 sentence in 11-point print, and you have an entire page of definitions in probably 6 or 7-point print underneath that page, and that's how laws are written. And so we're following the same rules and regulations to establish a foundation of common ground here. And then we have a command page where I, as a federal postal judge, or Russell, as a federal postal judge, issues a command and a judgment for both the caretaker fees for taking care of the property at minimum wage, 24/7, 2,000 hours of straight time, 67,000 hours of time and a half, $87,500 a year for the mortgages. That goes in against the bank because you did guard an expensive property worth $500,000 to $1 million. You should be able to at least pick up minimum wage for something like that. You're there 24/7. So it's a fair claim. Then you have the penalties with the government for criminal activity for modification of grammar at $25 million. That's a no-brainer because we proved engineering. There wasn't an accident that 4,700 mistakes took place, frontwards and backwards. That's a given. And when I put that down there, the government owes us 35%. So these are things that
We're working on it.
we cover everything.
Yeah, we're going, the next rally is April 4th.
Are you gonna take their papers, though? Will you take their papers?
Okay.
The government papers?
Well, you mean as far as gold, Federal Reserve notes?
Exactly.
Or are you gonna check from them?
Yes.
As long as they honor it, and I can trade it in for gold bullion or silver bullion. Yeah, because they have a receipt. They gave you a future tense document, A2. So they don't commit an outside jurisdiction of money.
Oh.
See, it's paid to, and then you put it in a deposit, which means in no possession. On an account, ACC, no count. And that's why they come in and steal the money back out as fast as you put it in. So you keep your cash in your pocket, and you keep your debt, called MasterCard, in the bank. You buy everything on MasterCard. You get your airline tickets. At the end of each month, you go out there and you pay off your balance. You get a 900 credit rating. You get everything you want. It's always there with a cushion of $10,000. So you've got room to breathe every 30 days. You've got with a $10,000 cushion. So you can get what you want when you need it, and make sure you have the money to pay for it at the end of the month. Unless there's some kind of a super emergency like a car accident or an abscess tooth. By the way, the cure for an abscess tooth is 30 kilohertz. It gets rid of it in 6 minutes.
What? 30 kilohertz shock?
Huh?
Zapper.
Frequency zapper.
Oh.
I hold a Clark by Oceanside, California. About 30, we got the last one for $39.
What about Royal Rife? Isn't better, right?
No, Rife was the first one, 33. And Holder Clark came in and upgraded everything.
Oh.
So Clark's got several different ones, but there are 100 companies that manufacture the zappers. And a friend of mine's a dentist who just got one, and she's a dental surgery. She specializes in dental surgery, removing bones and putting in teeth. And she says these people come in and they've got abscess. Now, if you've ever had abscess, you know it's like gangrene, it smells. And what she does is, these people are in severe pain, and if they don't get oxycodone immediately or a shot of Novocaine to put their mouth to sleep in that, they're sitting there with a whole face swollen up. She can put the frequency zapper on that. 1 minute freezes the pain because it paralyzes the DNA crystalline and shuts down the chromosome of all the poison. At 7 minutes, all the DNA, all the infection of abscess is dead. When you wake up the next morning, you got a pink cup with no infection, because it also tells the cells to reproduce at 4 times their normal rate. Wow. And if you leave the frequency zapper, the longer you leave it on there, the faster it repairs all the tissue. And my son had a canine went abscess. He had a golf ball size abscess in his lower jaw. They wanted to pull out the tooth, but there was so much poison, they would have killed him. So we left this frequency zapper on with a 9-volt battery overnight. Went in the next morning with a pink gum, 0 infection, and they did a root canal, 3 root canals and a gold crown for free on a bet that I couldn't cure my son overnight and allow him to hold it, Clark.
Where?
Hold it, Clark. Just type in zappers on the internet in your toolbar. Don't hit zapper.com, just hit the word zapper and hit find in 100 websites that come up. H-O-L-D-E-R, Holder.
H-U-L-D-A.
H-U-L-D-A, right, Holder Clark. German. And she's got the best. You can buy yourself a multi-frequency one. The reason for multi-frequencies is you can use, you can cure arthritis, abscess, you can cure over 3,800 different kinds of cancers if you have the exact frequency. If you don't have the frequency, send me email, I'll send you all 3,800 frequencies.
What about sciatic nerve? Sciatic nerve in the leg.
Sciatic nerves, same thing. You can use that zapper. It'll do repairs because the nerves are, a normal nerve grows about eighth of an inch a year.
Mm-hmm.
But the frequency zapper grows 4 times faster than that. So if you got a broken nerve and it's still almost touching each other,
Mm-hmm.
the frequency zapper can go in there and repair the damage. And if you have a specific name that they give it on a specific disease,
Mm-hmm.
or that, I can give you an exact frequency, so it goes in there and pinpoints it and targets it, put it back together.
How long will that take?
Couple days.
Is that in the city though?
What about paraplegics and stuff like that?
We had a man, he was 32 years old, was in a bicycle accident, was mentally retarded with an IQ of about 60. He came to the seminar in Denver, Colorado, and I had explained about how to use amino acids to rebuild the brain. In other words, create not 6 neuron connections per neuron, but like bring them up to like 20 neuron connections, giving you an exponential, like the movie Phenomena with John Travolta, where he has a super IQ. There's a couple of other movies that were made about young people that had incurable diseases of the brain, and they acquired 250 to 300 IQs and were able to scientifically, using amino acid secrets, to solve the problem, create the correct amino acids to fix the damage, and in the one movie he died minutes before the cure came in, that the cancer took over and he was terminal. So, but there was several other movies made where they got smart enough through this fibrosis brain cancer to solve the riddle, cure the cancer, and save their own lives. So the point is, the more neuron connections you got, the better you're going to be equipped. I have a natural phenomenon of 60 times the normal endorphins of a human being without adrenaline. Without having adrenaline, I'm not even supposed to be alive. The fact that my endorphin level has caused my neurons to multiply, so I have one hemisphere now. Both my left and right are connected, so everything I see left, I see right. Right. They can do it frontwards, backwards, in both directions at the same time.
This is the schedule for where I'm gonna be. Dave will be, I think, with me on South, and New York, April 4th, Boston, Texas, 16th, Fargo, North Dakota, 27th, Colorado Springs, the 8th, Boston, 19th,
If the snow melts.
if the snow melts, Raleigh, the 31st, and I'll be up in Great Park, Montana on the 12th. Then from there, we'll figure out next year's schedule. We'll have to just figure that all out. But it averages every 40 to 45 days through this year. Just kind of putting out feelers for the director's party, see how the citizens like it, if they like our solutions, and then we'll go from there.
I had one guy at one seminar, only one, in all the years I've been doing this. He could do it upside down. Playing it frontwards, backwards, and in both directions upside down. And as well as right side up like me. But I could never master the upside down part yet.
Yeah, that would take some. Yes, sir.
Okay, Dave, how do you do a true deal? What is a true deal again? How do you make one of this?
Well, the world of fiction writes true bills up for money to say you owe me money. But the way that they do it is an adverb for fiction, so therefore you're talking about fiction money with a fiction grammar to get a fiction end result. When I do a true bill, I assess the value of it. I'll take the mechanics written under UCC of the true bill and I'll quantize, just like I took the bad word sentence there and turned it into a good sentence. I do the same thing. Whatever state you're in, the true bill language is a little different in each state, so I take their basic format and I just write it up that you owe me money for work that I've done. The true bill is what we use for the caretaker fees on our mortgage claims that we file. And then I issue an order as a federal postal judge that the work was done, the contracts were signed, you had insurance, you had the water on, you made sure that the building was clean and bug-free, and you didn't let the pipes freeze, and you shoveled the walk and cut the grass, and you kept the upkeep. You did all the work. The contract says you have to buy insurance, you have to defend at the court, defending lawsuits to protect the property. So these are all things that they gave you a list of things called volition. Even though it's written in adverb verb, it was the volition of what the contract was. And they're going to stand on their fiction saying, well, this is what it says, and this is my volition. But at the same time they're doing that, they're putting their foot in their mouth, because then they got to pay your caretaker fees. So you're either going to get your caretaker fees, or you're going to get your criminal act for using fictitious conveyance of language to extort money, your down payment, for instance. When you refinance a house, that refinance appraisal is your down payment times 4 under Title 15, Section 1639A of the Rescissions Act. And the 1914 Clayton Act gives you 4 times damages. That came from the Sherman Bill back in 1906. And then it was upgraded to the Clayton Act in 1914. You know, in I was 62 years old, it was 3 years ago, I signed up for Business Law 101. Put on my surfer shorts and my surfer shirt, threw a duffel bag over my back with a pair of flip-flops on, and colored my hair, and I walked into, got myself into, at 62 with 3 PhDs and a federal judgeship, got myself put into Business Law 101. And of course, we had a PowerPoint program by the teacher who was a dean, 55 years old. And as he put each one of these things up there, we're like, that's bullshit. And the law book, I read the whole 975-page law book over the weekend before I went into class. So I knew what the whole volition was of the law book. Then I took, and I answered all the questions. What does this mean? And I would answer it. My answers were like way over the top of what everybody said, the 19 and 20-year-old kids in class. So he goes ahead and he goes like, that's a really good answer. He goes like, but where does it say that in the book? He says, are you an attorney? I said, oh, absolutely not. Ever been to law school? He says, absolutely not. I'm just another one of you guys. So I go ahead and at the break time, he says, would you let some of the other kids answer questions? You see anybody's hand go up? So I did all the questions and answers for the first day. Day number 2 comes to class. Classes are 3 hours long. Day number 2, this time I came in, I had my business slacks on, or dress slacks and a white shirt, and my duffel bag. And so I looked a little bit more presentable, and the kid sitting next to me was like, how are you? You dressed very nice. And so I says, I'm old enough to come to school. And I answered questions up until the break time, hour and a half. And the teacher says, out in the hall again. He says, I'll tell you what, I'll give all the chances in the world for anybody to answer. I'll keep my answers under 10 words. How's that sound? He says, yeah, we can do that. So some of the other kids now jump in at the end of the second day. Day number 3 is we're going to talk about Constitution of the United States laws. He got about 20 minutes into that, and I'm going like, I can't take this anymore. This is complete idiocy. There is no Constitution in the United States. I just blurted it out. It said it expired November 2nd, 1999. And I stood up, and I had just come from federal court in Milwaukee. So I had a $50 three-piece suit on, and I was looking really spiffy when I walked into court, and in class, and everybody's looking at me going like, what's your problem? Everybody else is in shorts, because it's September. And so I walked, I said, I'll take it from here, sit down. And the dean sits down, and I go up on the blackboard and do a presentation on the history of the United States banking and the Constitution of the United States of America. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah.
If you haven't, I'll put it on. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's right.
And so after I did that, the one kid on the left corner goes like, where the hell does it say that in the book? And then the teacher says, I'd like to introduce United States Federal Postal Court Judge David-Wynn. I said, how old are you, Dean? He says, I'm 55. This is, well, I'm 65 and I have, or 63 at the time. 62 at the time. And he says, and I have 3 PhDs and 535 college credits. So then the dean says, we're going to break up into groups of 5, and we're going to work on this problem together. And the whole class come walking up to me in the group of 5. I've got hundreds of stories. Okay, this is probably really important for everybody to know, so you don't make the mistake of talking about constitutions in class where they're in courtrooms. Okay, we have the 4th of July, 1775. Ben Franklin goes ahead and he writes the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence. So we have an adverb, 1, 2, 1, 2. D is no, player speak, act is location, Iowa and contract. Up is an adverb, in is no, D is no, pen is right. And ends is contract. No right contract, no speak contract. 1 year later, 1 year maritime law salvage, 4th of July, 1776, this becomes a law of the United States. But nobody questions it, because no one in the United States, Congress, Senate, legislature, the people that signed the Declaration of Independence didn't have more than a second grade reading level. Benjamin Franklin writes it in italics at a 45-degree angle, in complete adverb verb. We, pronoun, the, adverb, making people to be a verb. Then he calls it the United States of America. 1, 3, 4, 1, 2. We have a verb America with the verb people. State of California. Pronoun, adverb, verb. So we have all verb people, all verb states, all verb country name. Then, in 1834, Congress passes a law that says all compound nouns, North Carolina, South Carolina, New York, New Jersey, North Dakota, South Dakota, must all be hyphenated. So it says state of compound noun, making all 50 states now. New Mexico, compound verbs, or a verb. Getting a little bit ahead of myself in the timeline there.
And don't forget the new countries.
Yeah.
They actually passed a law saying that.
Yep, somebody was smart enough to think that far ahead because people were getting syntax in. So now, after this, the United States goes into war, and on the 17th of September, 1782, they file a bankruptcy. The bankruptcy runs for 7 years. September 17th, 1789, and they can't pay back the bankruptcy. Now, when they filed in 1782, they borrowed 1.6 million francs, and in 1789, and that was 2 million francs for a payback, and they couldn't do that either. This was in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin's Federal Postal Court. And then this again was Constitution of the United States of America, was then a issue of America being an adverb verb with dangling participle. Fiction, the IMF, International Monetary Fund, which was Rothschild, Bank of England, buys a $2 million note, throwing us into a 70-year international bankruptcy. September 17, 17, 18, 59. You got plus 45 days. 2nd November. Yeah, 1859, 2nd November, 1859. 1859. We are now out of bankruptcy. Fort Sumter gets bombed, and the South declares war on the North. Now, the South is a sovereign country backed by gold. The North is now coming out of bankruptcy, but it has no banking. It's only all your money in the United States, after the bankruptcy ends, goes from $1 to 10 cents. In fear of a collapse of all banks and credit unions, because the money is not backed by anything, and war was just declared against them, where the South is in gold standard, and the North is in a debt standard of nothing, they have no way to pay the people. So the North re-ups the bankruptcy again for 70 years. And 70 years later, it's September 17th, 1929, and plus 45 brings us up to the end of the bankruptcy on the 2 November 1929.